кнопочку, начался перевод. Раз, два, три.
Английский канал 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Английский канал, как меня слышно? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Все нормально? Угу.
Хей, чек. Далее меня не слышно, он меня слышит, верно?
Good morning, David. Do you hear me? David.
дамы и господа, я думаю, что мы...
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we will start our session in a couple of minutes. We are waiting for Timur Maximov as a representative of one of the organizers of Moscow Financial Forum. I believe it's not a right way to start without him.
Доброе утро еще раз, уважаемые.
Good morning once again, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Probably Moscow has a business season and the traffic jams are still as great as they are, and that is why Timur Maximov, one of our speakers, is a little bit late, and I believe that we will start and he will join us during our panel discussion. I'm happy to welcome you at the Moscow International Financial Forum, which celebrates its 5th anniversary. It's a very big event for the financial industry in general and for the economy of the Russian Federation. I believe that this day will be full of discussions, useful information, and you will learn a lot. And I would like to thank organizers of this event for invitation. My name is Alexander Kudrin. I am Chief Macroeconomist and Debt Market Strategist at TON LLC, and I'm the moderator of this panel discussion. Debt sustainability of the entities of the Russian Federation, trends and prospects. Budgets sustainability. Budgets of different level is very topical due over the last couple of years. And I would like to emphasize once again that we are not talking only about regional budgets, but we are talking about sovereign countries, about budgets of the states. Why? I believe that it's not necessary to explain the reasons. The pandemic happened and the economy stopped, which happened happened last year, second and third quarter, and the incomes decreased, expenditures raised because we had to fight the pandemic. We have to compensate slowing down of economy and its delay, and which led to deficits of budgets, both regional and states. And of course the debt burden also increased, and it's a trend. This burden grows over the world. It's not only for Russia, and in this new reality financial world has to live. During the pandemic, of course, there were some emergency measures of support provided by different organizations, by different budgets of lower level. If we talk about the global level, we can remember the International Monetary Fund program, which allocated $650 billion within the frameworks of the loan programs for some states, which will help for some countries and not helpful for other. The Russian Federation adopted the program of providing a preferential interest rate for loans, which helped us to survive during these difficult times. But now we have to say that the pandemic is something that we have, but we are returning back to normal life. And of course, all these anti-crisis extraordinary measures becoming our past, and the borrowers, different budgets, have to recognize new reality and find their place in this new financial paradigm. And the key problem here is, as I have already mentioned, that the debt burden increased. How to live with that? How to build your relations with the markets? This is the most topical question which the governments face at different levels. In the Russian Federation, we also have some new problem, and it's a great challenge for us. This agenda, new agenda, transit to carbon neutrality, which can cost a lot to many budgets, and we have to live with that. We have to invent efforts to meet this challenge and to avoid financial problems. These are the topics which are on our agenda, and I would like to introduce the speakers. We have great speakers here. From left to the right, we see Alexei Rudenko, Vice President, Deputy Head of the Department Market of Gazprom Bank. Elena Anisimova, Senior Director, Head of the Regional Rating Group, Analytical Credit Rating Agency, which is known as AKRA. We have Timur Maximov, Deputy Minister of Finance of the Russian Federation. We have Maria Bagreeva, Deputy Chief of Staff, Moscow Mayor and Government. And under current realities, we have mixed format. We have the fifth speaker. Don't be surprised, he's not sitting here at the table. David Knight, lead economist for the Russian Federation, Macroeconomics and Financial Management, World Bank. And I would like to start with David, giving the floor to David. And probably you could show him. Yes, we can see him. David, good afternoon.
Прекрасно, что вы нас слышите.
It's wonderful that you can hear us, David. And regarding you are very new person for Russia because you were appointed recently. And I would like to ask you some general question. What are the key risks for the federal and regional budgets, to your point of view, in the post-pandemic period? Could you please a little bit dwell onto this topic?
Some slides to share. Would you like me to put them up?
Yes, please.
Great. Wonderful. Well, first of all, let me say thank you very much for having me at this event, the 5th anniversary, and it is my first Moscow Financial Forum, and it's a privilege and an honor to provide some remarks to you today, to this esteemed audience and amongst this great panel. As you rightly mentioned, I am the incoming lead economist for the Russian Federation for the World Bank, and very much incoming. I have arrived in Moscow just in the last week, and I look forward to many years of working with you and colleagues in the audience. I will make some, as you said, some broad remarks. I have some slides against these, and providing a bit of a broader picture, some global issues, general issues, economic and social issues facing Russia, and a bit of a mix of the longer and the shorter term view. Thank you. So the global outlook, according to the latest projections of the bank, and I think most other market commentators, show that the world is set to see an exceptionally strong recovery. Yet the recovery is uneven in several respects across the world, especially depending on the rate at which countries are able to manage and mitigate the ongoing threat of COVID, as well as several other country-specific factors, including, the commodity price trends and recent uptick in commodity prices. High-frequency indicators reveal possible changes to this forecast, which was conducted a couple of months ago. For instance, we're now seeing that the EU could prove to be more robust this year due to stronger performance of services, as you see, sort of indicated by the PMI for services on the bottom left there. The World Bank's current standing forecast for growth in Russia this year is 3.2%, but we are likely to revise it upwards as well. At present, consensus forecasts, I believe, stand at around 4% for this year, and we may, in the forthcoming forecast round, upgrade to somewhere in that region. And with the output gap projected to close in 2022, we expect the economy, the Russian Federation's economy, to return towards trend growth of about 1.7 to 2%. So I just want to take a short step back in time to present a couple of pictures on the longer view before coming back to recent developments and challenges, if I may. And this is first to present some of the trends of longer term growth in Russia's 80+ regions. And this is one slide to illustrate the mixed story on convergence to date. Here we see the region's share of gross domestic product alongside the change in share over the last 20 years. And overall, the picture does not show convergence. There are some standout regions such as Moscow and major oil producers that have continued to grow from an already strong position, of course. But abstracting from these exceptional performers, you do see an underlying convergence, albeit relatively modest, where regions that have started off smaller as a share of national GDP have grown faster. And moving to the socio-economic and specifically the poverty picture, over the longer term, we observe that regional differentials in poverty have remained high, while poverty has increased in recent years. As some of you may know, the national poverty rate of the World Bank's International Poverty Line for upper middle income countries are estimated in different ways, and therefore these two charts are not directly comparable, but they both show an overall similar picture over the last 7 years to be an increase in poverty. And between 2013 and now, poverty rates have increased in most regions. We observe 54 regions. And the gap between regions who have the highest poverty and the lowest poverty rates has not declined, which does not support a story of convergence. The gap at present, in our latest estimate in 2019, is 28.5% between the best performing and the least well-performing region, which is just higher than the gap observed in 2013 of 27%. So, recognizing the need for shared prosperity, Russian Federation, of course, declared a national goal to halve poverty to 6.6% by 2030. And this illustrates something of the challenge for the coming years to achieve this goal. Moving back now to more recent developments, so zooming in on the latest developments, we see that the twin shocks of the last year of COVID-19 and lower oil prices disproportionately affected different regions. Industrial production mostly dropped for the resource extracting regions such as Siberia and the Urals, and auto producers such as Volga and Northwestern, whereas lockdown hit mostly large cities with a higher share of services. And industrial production recovery so far this year points to strongest performance in those regions that were in fact less adversely affected in 2020, especially the central region. Turning to the fiscal angle, and this will be familiar to many or all, the consolidated picture for the regions overall show a move into a deficit position in the first half of 2020, as higher expenditure was called on to support the COVID response program. In 2020, the COVID crisis resulted in a budget deficit in 57 regions, significantly more than the year before, contributing to an estimated 18% rise in the debt of regions. But the fiscal position has markedly improved in the first half of this year, especially with strong revenue growth, as we see here in the rightmost panel, more than offsetting expenditure. So just to present some further picture of regional debt dynamics over the last year or over 2020, This is just to illustrate that those regions with a initially higher debt burden going into COVID-19 tended to see larger increases. Although this is not the case for the regions with particularly high gross regional product per capita, as indicated by the larger bubble size on the figure. And although stabilizing, debt has continued to increase somewhat in the first half of this year in overall and in some regions. We see around 10 regions still facing budget deficits, and regional debt overall rose by further 0.6% compared to the end of 2020. So that's just a very quick run through of some figures and perspectives from our side. But I guess the important set of questions and which I look forward to hearing the discussion about further as well is the challenges and risks on the horizon for the regions of Russia and for Russia overall. Well, how would we characterize these challenges? Well, there remain several key global and macro developments afoot, which will have an important bearing on regions and call for policy attention. And in some cases may in fact give rise to improved economic opportunities rather than only risks. I will not attempt to completely assess these prospects here. I think it's beyond the scope of my time allocation. But just to mention that the World Bank does have a suite of growth, fiscal, and debt diagnostics tools that we use at the regional level to identify in more detail these opportunities to raise growth and support improved health of public finances and debt management. And for instance, the bank, in coordination with the authorities, is engaging with the Sakhalin region to support their early planning to transition to a carbon neutral reality, as announced recently. So back to the slide. First point we would highlight, I think, is the full recovery from COVID-19, which maybe goes beyond simply the epidemiological position, which of course is critical. But beyond that, the after effects of the COVID-19 crisis may give rise to policy issues, to potential scarring effects, which require call for attention. For instance, some of our analysis suggests that even a short, less than half-year gap in school attendance for pupils could translate to an 18 percentage point fall in PISA scores, and unless remedied, estimated 2.5% lower earnings per year over a student's future working life. So these, of course, are important issues to identify and address in the education and remedial education system. Second, the scale, predictability, and timing of possible advanced economy monetary tightening, which could have repercussions on financial liquidity around the world and affect the investment climate, the investment environment, and the overall economic outlook in Russia. And this, of course, also pertains to the question of debt sustainability and debt maintenance costs across the board. And third, the significant disruptions to the trade and GDC landscape in recent years have yet to settle down, I think we would say. A recent World Bank report entitled COVID and the Reshaping of GDCs presents several global scenarios based on large-scale macroeconomic analysis in this respect. And I won't dwell on the different possible scenarios, but suffice to say that in a time of rearrangement, this gives rise to both risks and opportunities for policymakers to be aware of. And we also think that there is an important role for regional economic development planning in addition to national and federal planning to support one another. Raising potential growth, of course, is a key national challenge, but concerted action at all levels could be most effective to support new drivers of growth. Key here, for instance, would be to help to engender a conducive and attractive environment to support increased investment and productive investment and business growth. But a major, let's say, disruptor to the status quo, which we think starts now and will become increasingly critical, is going to be the global green transition, which is now gaining momentum, both internationally and I know in the minds of policymakers and stakeholders in Russia. The challenge, I think, really for regions is to have a forward-looking vision for their place in what is likely to be a changing world, and the World Bank is working in Russia on producing analytics to support such planning. And the public sector, of course, has a very important role to play here, and the capability of regional fiscal authorities to respond, both in terms of the authority afforded to them under the law and the resources that they may sustainably leverage to support transition, structural reform, and economic growth will be important. And I stopped this slide with this figure, which simply illustrates some of these important dimensions for managing green transition, indeed managing any key structural transition. So that's all I have to say. And thank you very much for your time, everybody.
Да, Дэвид, спасибо большое за...
Thank you indeed for such an overview of the Russian economy and regional economy, and the problems which were mentioned are extremely important, and we will refer to it a bit later. Now I would like to ask Timur Maksimov on the anti-crisis measures which were taken the last year. Mainly we are speaking about the budget credits for 0.3%. Was this measure an anti-crisis measure, or it will be a constant one? How do you evaluate the capacity of federal budgets to support regions and for their operations and debt market? Thank you so much. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like to congratulate everybody who has relation to the finances, because it's a national holiday for that. That's a day of financial expert, and we hope that it will be interesting. As for I would like to give some practical recommendations for our further work. Before I answer your question, I would like to say that listening to David's speech, our topic was quite a narrow one: debt sustainability of regions. And supposedly we will speak in some specific aspect, speaking about the federal level. David started from a general overview and a macro view, and it's really good that he started. So the debt sustainability for regions is a selection of correct structure. It's a question of complex relations of subjects to federation, to the fiscal policy, to define proper basis for that and the transfer to probably other regions. Unfortunately, we do not have sufficient time to cover all these issues. Probably some sessions will refer to it, the regions. And David also said that relations with the federal budget is one of the key issues. Yes, I think it's one of the main issues, because even on the slides which David showed, there was seen how the debt was growing in the regions, and it happened on the level of subjects.
We have to take into account all the programs which are anti-crisis programs, support of people, healthcare sector, support of enterprises, on the background of the decreasing of fiscal sources, which increases financial burden and debt burden, which happened. And this year we expect that there will be the growth, and it will be a record, and it will be something unprecedented. That market segment which we are going to discuss today will have unprecedented indicators on the bond market and shares market of the regions. 2020 was a very difficult year, pandemics which required financing. Which measures were proposed by the government? We have the documents signed by the president for the regions where the burden was higher than 25%. We decided to use classical tool of interaction between region and the government, refinancing, of course, with a very low non-market interest rate. It will be used for leverage and unloading of this spectre, which grew significantly in the past, and it will be growing again this year. This is one of the tools. At the same time, the region should increase their tax basis and manage this parameter of sustainability, debt sustainability. We need a second tool. According to our information, a number of entities have already signed such agreements, so-called budget infrastructure loans, which are targeted, aimed at forming of own sources of financing and to provide predictability of the general situation with regional budgets, and probably to decrease the need for borrowing, for loans. This tool could be temporary or permanent. On the one hand, it's a temporary measure, but on the other hand, we understand that there is nothing more sustainable than something temporary. And it's not the first time when we apply this tool to reduce the burden of the regions. My personal opinion is that we should not plan that taking into account the constant tools. These plans are not correct. We need to provide the long-term sustainable model where, on the one hand, tax and non-tax incomes have to allow entities to forecast successful development in the nearest future, and on the other hand, market funding sources, which I believe we will discuss later, bank loans, have also to be part of this economy situation, of this picture which we see, regardless of the decisions made by the government of the Russian Federation. If we provide loans, it's good. If not, maybe we have another sustainable model. That is why my offer is to take into account the self-financed model in the future. Thank you very much, Timur. And could I ask you a question? You speak a lot. Before we give the floor to Maria, we hear a lot about green bonds. Do you think that this tool is something important for the future, or is just a trend, just a fashion? I believe that it's fashion today, but probably it will be inevitable tomorrow. Thank you very much. Let's wait till tomorrow and see how inevitable it is. I would like to ask a question to Maria Bagreeva. Timur said that market borrowings should become a reality for the region because it allows to build a long-term policy. Moscow, some time ago, some years ago, To be precise, 8 years ago was a very active borrower on the markets on the bond market. Then there was a pause. Then pandemic started. Situation with the budget became even worse, and it's obvious that the choice of Moscow to return back to the bond markets, Moscow was not forced to do that, but new reality pushed Moscow to do that. I have two questions in this regard. Number one, was it difficult to go back to the bond market, taking into account that Moscow capacity is very big, 115 billion, and were there any alternatives to bond issuing? Which options do you take into account? Alexander, thank you very much for your question. I would like to start with congratulations of all the participants of the forum on the day of financial specialists. It's not an easy profession, and I wish you to keep working despite all the pandemics, despite all the impediments. And I wish you very good life and very good communication with your families. And going back to questions about borrowing, about budgets, about pandemic impacts. On the borrowing bond market, loan markets, yes, as you said, we were not on the market because the budget of Moscow were executed and we had enough financing for our financial obligations and liabilities and to implement investment projects and programs. And the second reason is that we worked with budget structure during this year. We optimized current expenditures and we were growing the budget of development. First of all, it's investment program, re-equipment, refitting large-scale infrastructure projects. And it wasn't by chance, because our key tasks are, of course, in the sphere of social policy, comfortable city for living, but also providing conditions for economic growth, which will be the basis of future tax income. That is why these years were years of development, and the budget is 40%. We have launched a lot of infrastructure projects which attract private investments and also they create jobs. First of all, it's transport infrastructure, construction of new metro lines, all the transport connections all between cities, which attracts new companies to work with us. And of course, the last year was not very easy for us. It influenced sustainability of Moscow budget. According to our assessments, evaluations, we did not receive more than 250 billion, and we had additional expenditures of 300 billion. And in total, it's about 600 billion rubles, which is a significant amount for our budget. That is why last year, when we were planning the 3-year budget, of course, we faced the question how to balance. What are the priorities? And within the structure of the budget, there are expenditures which will never be cancelled, social expenditures, everything related to the provision of conditions for city operation. That's why the question is, shall we continue our large-scale investment project? Shall we refuse to implement them, or shall we prolongate the terms and periods? We realized that the more we invest, the more private investment we attract, the more stable our income basis is. That is why we decided to enter borrowing loans market. We borrow, but the investment program will be implemented as it was planned in full. That is why this year we have a big volume of borrowing, about 400 billion rubles. Answering your question, Alexander, was it difficult to come back to the market? Of course it was difficult. 8 years is a very significant period. The market has changed. The participants have changed. There are new trends. One of them is ESG, which is not presented here at the same level than global, but of course it's inevitable trend and we understand that. Yes, it was difficult to return. We analyzed the market, we analyzed international experience, and in the first half of the year we returned to the market and it was successful thanks to the market participants. They were expecting us. And the second factor for our success is that we had a loan with a very low preferential rate, and of course green bonds became a tool which attracted attention of the market, which is on demand, and the interest rate is very low as well. I will dwell on that later probably, but it was a very interesting new tool for us. Second question about alternatives. I believe that there were no alternatives because I believe that in our case bonds using the stock exchange mechanisms is the most transparent tool, allowing to borrow at the market cost with minimal risks. Maria, could I ask you another two questions? You said that you have a plan of borrowing this year, and it's 400 billion. You have borrowed already 115 billion, but you continue. Does it mean that Moscow plans to be present at the market, or there will be another break for 8 years? Yes, we have plan of 400 billion, as it was said, but as David demonstrated in his presentation, this year the regional income indicators are very good and the industries are recovering. We can see the growth. That is why we are not rushing now. We will enter the market depending on the budget needs. It's not borrowing for borrowing. We will base on the income level, which means you don't have commitment to enter the market every 8 years or 2 years. For example, Ministry of Finances thinks that euro bonds are necessary every year. I would agree with from all the points of view. Yes, this is correct, taking into account that from time to time we need these funds, we need borrowing, and we have to be present at the market permanently because we build the curve of interaction with market participants, and now we analyze ways to organize this work. Despite we are different from our colleagues from Ministry of Finance. I believe that our presence at the markets will be there to a certain extent. And second question, once again, Timur Maximov said that green bonds is fashion, more fashion. Does it mean that Moscow is very fashionable, the most fashionable region? Very tricky question. As I have said, after this break, after this pause, we prepared our entry into the market and we analyzed international practices. And international markets show that the demand for sustainable financing tools is more than supply. It's probably, we can debate about that, but analytics say that there could be such effect, such impact as greenium. Yes, it's possible to borrow for green projects with a lower interest rate. That is why we decided to try this tool, to test it. And I might say that it attracted market. We borrowed at the rate which is 20 points lower than we expected. It's very difficult to say, was it greenium effect or it was accumulated effect related to the fact that we were not at the market for a long time, but this tool was very efficient for us. I believe that in our case it's not only fashion or trend, it's a possibility to finance green projects in Moscow applying a lower rate. Maria has mentioned greenium effect, and if you analyze global practice you can see that. That is why I would recommend to focus your attention on this effect and to learn everything about it, because I believe it will be dominating next years, Russia is a little bit behind, is a little bit lagging. But it's a global trend, and I believe that this gap will soon be overcome. I would like to give the floor to Alexei Rudenko and ask him what is the attitude of investor to regional borrowers?
And if possible, please answer another question, which is quite a complicated one, because starting from 98, we didn't have any defaults on the regional level, and hopefully we will not have any in the future. Mainly, it is supported by having federal government, which in this other cases supports regions in complex times, and it's proof that this help is coming and it's always timely. The question is, do investors estimate regional loaners as a quasi-sovereign? Is it a correct estimation? Alexander, thank you so much for the question. First of all, I would like to get back to the previous discussion about green bonds. To my mind, tomorrow has arrived after the green bonds of Moscow were deployed. The element of hype turned into regular practice, and we saw new deals after that. And now this greening effect is being formed. We will see it in the future. It's early to analyze it. We do not have so much issuances and so much investors who could show us this practice. As we have more issuances, we'll have more assets which will be formed. The culture of investment in such bonds will be forming, and we will be able to analyze the curves of Moscow plain vanilla classical bonds, e.g., and they have to be bigger, they have to be more numerous to understand this effect and to have a possibility to calculate it. As for the question which was asked directly, let's discuss this topic. In general, I do share these logics. Mainly, the majority of the investment community is also agreeing that in the current realities and the current coordinates of the Russian Federation, default of a subject is very, very improbable. If we see the budget code, nothing is said about that. It's not said that the subjects of various levels are responsible for each other. At the same time, as we are all investors, both Russian and international, are looking at the Russian budget system as a single mechanism. And obviously, if one of the elements of this mechanism is failing, we can generally ask a question about the general sustainability of this mechanism. And Timur has answered that subjects of Russian Federation are supported and will be supported, but obviously we cannot relax here. We have to keep working and create new tools which would unload somehow our regional budgets. One of such tools is the infrastructure budget credits. Yesterday, together with Central Bank and Dumarev, we showed the infrastructure bond to the community, which are aimed at financing social infrastructure projects of the residential infrastructure, where the debt of a subject is not a direct one, it's through a guarantee, which means relative participation of a subject. We hope it will be the first issuance on 10 billion rubles, but if this tool works, it will help to finance social infrastructure outside the budget. As for the subjects of the ones who are buying the bonds of subjects, the subjects have their own special place on shelf of various bonds, and here we have to look at regulatory tools. The main buyers are institutional investors, conservative banks and managing companies who are financed through with the reserves. If we're speaking about banks, the subjects, contrary to corporate loaners, have reduced risk weight in calculation of market risk and credit risk. Comparing on the subjects is 20% the credit risk, and as for corporations it's about 65%. Of course, but banks can offer better profitability, so with the same ratings and comparing with corporations, these bonds are better placed and the appetite of investors is better. So if we unite these two questions, probable default of the subjects and the ones who are buying from the subjects, there is also an answer. For example, the Moscow bonds are traded on like 50 points on the secondary market, and to my mind there is no award for the credit, because most probably it's about the regulatory aspect. It's the most profitable things. That's basically money. It's high liquidity assets for the bank, and obviously the subjects who have low credit rating, like for example with rating BBB plus, is placed in about 200 base points, and the corporation with the same rating can be calculated at best on 350. So the credit risk is lower for the subject. So if I understand you correctly, Sergey, so to say, investors also include some sort of mechanism for the region to avoid default, and the second aspect is the regulatory support is making these bonds attractive for the investors. If we're speaking about regulatory aspect, we're speaking about banks, because mainly it's from the going from bank. If do I understand you correctly? Absolutely. And so we can say that once more, from the point of view of banks, a tool with liquidity is better than without liquidity. So bond is more comfortable for a bank, and for regional owners it's one more indication that still the demand exists. You can take it from the markets and use it for financing, both regional financing, which can reduce the debt from the regions. As far as I know, if the guarantee is taken, the coefficient is 0.5. I cannot answer you quite specifically about that. We should ask colleagues from the rating agency. What I would like to say here is really important. You're absolutely correct. You absolutely correctly said the only thing we're missing this year is the loaners. So the measures of support which were taken from the government, the restoration of economy, which was proved by the World Bank, we do observe it, and it's all led to growth of that, especially for those those regions who have export components. If not Moscow, we would have two loaners with a total volume of about 20 billion rubles. Moscow is 150, totally 135. So initially, when we were speaking about the plans on budget for the beginning of the year, we were expecting a record in the market. And in plans, including Moscow, we could go to a digit which is much bigger, which be a record, because the previous year was 256 billion. For the moment, these expectations are not seen yet. We will look at the second half of the year, and hopefully we'll have the deals, and on the deficit of loaners which we observe now, there will be a possibility to make good deals. And I would like to add what Alexei said is the only legal basis, so to say, this for this guarantee of the government for the subject, because we do not have it anywhere in the regulatory aspects of the central bank. All the subjects have similar risks, so that means it's an implicit aspect because all the subjects are equally precious for the government. There is a liberal attitude from the bank regulator, and I would like to ask a question to Elena Anisimova about her view and the view of ACRA agency for the regional finances. And before answering this quite global question, I would like to ask a bit more specific thing. This implicit guarantee Timur was speaking about and Alexei was speaking about, do you use it in the calculation of ratings, so you're just based on the financial indexes or some general things? So to say, I would like to answer briefly. For us, credit rating of a subject is the credit rating of its own creditability. So separated from the aspect is it's not a possible help, it's a constant help via transfers and budget credits. We bear it in mind, but we cannot say that the credit quality of all the subjects is equal. Yes, that's the difference from this Bank of Russia. Yes. So could you speak about the view of ACRA agency I would like to give you a clicker. Before I switch to my presentation, I would like to refer to the issue of development of EG topic. A few days ago, I was submerged in the methodology of providing ratings to the world financial centers. So involvement of a city in ESG topic and the level of green market is one of important indexes which is used for calculation of the ratings. That's why developing the green agenda, we are contributing to the fact that in the future we will probably raise Moscow in this rating. Now switching to our view of the subjects and their fulfillment of their incomes this year. Contrary to David, I used non-consolidated data. I do not think we will contradict a lot because the income and the budget of subject non-consolidated is about 85% if we're speaking about the taxes and fiscal, non-fiscal income. It's about that level of consolidated budgets of the Russian Federation. What do we see this year? For 1st of September or 31st of August, that's data of the authorities of Russian Federation, we see growth of 24%, which is quite impressive because expenses grew only by 4%, and totally we have the profit of about over 800 billion rubles, comparing to the deficit of the previous year, 174 billions. It's common to exclude Moscow from analysis when we're speaking about the subjects of the Russian Federation, because Moscow is a big subject of the Russian Federation, and then within this subject, a small volatility can influence the general view of the system. So if we see the subjects without Moscow, we see more or less the same indexes. You can see the growth by 23%, and we have profit of 712 rubles, contrary to the previous year deficit of 13 billion rubles. Our own income monthly increase, we're speaking about fiscal, non-fiscal. There is a bit complex, and the terminology of the budget code is a bit different. I will get back to presentation. The fiscal, non-fiscal income almost every month is over not only the previous year, but even the year of 2019, which is really important for us. Value-added tax shows significant growth monthly, and it overcomes the indexes which we had both in 2020 and 2019. My presentation is a bit small. I think it will be easier for you to look behind my back. I would like to show the major growths in the most active spheres, but after looking at that, I realized that metallurgy has grown incomparably if we consider it and compare with our other industries and sub-industries. This is the data from the taxes. We have that's the freshest data we have, and you see for the previous years, for 2018, 19, and 20, you can see the date for the 1st of July, that's half a year, and the green, what you see on the, that's a 5-month data for the year. We see significant growth there.
This is the price, metal price growth, and also there is a list of entities where the growth of income, both fiscal and not fiscal, but probably the revenue tax, and these are the entities with the most significant growth. You can see that it's Lipetsk region, Vologda region, Belgorod region, etc. I double-checked these figures. Am I correct? Is it really 200 or just 24? It looks like something like, it looks fantastic, but it's real in comparison with the last years, especially. Am I right, Galina? Despite the fact that the growth is really significant, entities of the Russian Federation are not correcting their plans for revenue. If we analyze the intensity, or actually non-intensity of their plannings, over the period which I am analyzing, they have amended the plans by 6%, despite the fact that they executed their budget plans by the 1st of August, according to the data of non-consolidated budgets, non-operating budget, but the real report, it's based on real reports. It's 67% over the last 7 months in comparison with expectations. Probably we could be more optimistic, especially taking into account the fact that the revenue tax was executed by almost 80% in comparison with expectations. Entities are different in their approach, and they are quite conservative in planning, and we do not hurry to be optimistic about that. We do not correct the non-repayable revenue. We expect it according to the forecast, in accordance with the legislation of each entity of the Russian Federation. And in the beginning of the year, when we started forming our plan, we did not amend that. Why? Because our opinion hasn't changed. Our current plan is not different in comparison with the entity's plan. The difference is a number of billion of rubles. If we could be optimistic, hypothetically, we could grow up to 15% in comparison to the last year indicators. I beg your pardon. Could you... there are some noises. Could you please a little bit change the position of your microphone? Yes, is it fine? We take into account the fact that the taxation changes and financing, and especially in metallurgy. That's why our optimistic forecast is still optimistic. It doesn't become the basic scenario. As for the support measures, We were talking about these measures a lot today, plus 7 to 15%. It's not a measure of support, it's one of the positive factors which impacts the budget this year. Approximately 335 billion rubles. This is the amount of loans to restore to repay the commercial debt. About 200 billion rubles of loans, and this is indicator is lower than the last year, but in comparison to 2019, this growth is significant. As for the non-repayable revenues, we try to evaluate that, how the transfers would behave if there were no pandemic. This is our basis for evaluation of the positive investment to the budgets of the entities, and 1.5 trillion rubles is a positive impact for the budgets of constituent entities this year. 1/4 of the commercial debt will be restructured. The share of this debt will be about 10% of tax and non-tax revenue, and of course the repayment of debts will also increase and improve. We expect that the credit ratings will change. Some they will grow, they will improve for some constituent entities. Some entities still apply a big number of short-term banking loans, which actually have a negative impact on the quality. I can say that it's equal for all the constituent entities, taking into account Moscow region. We can see that restructuring is something that is on a very high level in Moscow. I don't know if what about municipalities? It has a very high credit ranking, and the repayment schedule is performed in full, and for example, it can lead to increasing of credit rating in comparison with, for example, Republic of Mordovia, which covers its banking debt thanks to these sources, thanks to this financing. Mordovia will repay loans. I don't know how the municipalities will behave in this situation, but hypothetically, Mordovia could have the budget debt like Tatarstan. There is one thing I would like to mention. As a rating agency, we cannot but take into account the tax burden. I'm speaking about infrastructure, budget, loans, and about guarantees, which will be provided by entities within the program, which is financed by different organizations. Probably the growth of tax burden will have negative impact for some entities, and this restructurization will balance it, and the rating will be maintained at the same level. Nevertheless, we understand that currently infrastructure, budget loans, and Dom-RF, program House RF, it's development of economy. It's a long-term effect on each entity. We do not consider that as positive effect because we cannot calculate this effect for tax and non-tax income. That is why we're careful. We're very careful about these evaluations, and we do not announce that. That would probably be it. Our opinion about the entities. I will be happy to answer your questions. Everything is developing. And these pictures which you described, the measures taken by the federal government, they support budgets to achieve this state of sustainability. And they have time to think about future financing and how they can use this debt market. Yes, it's an attempt to resolve the problems, probably not very, we shouldn't force them to do that, but yeah, it should be softer. We did not worry about this situation. In March or April, we paid attention to the consequences. We were monitoring the loan qualities of entities, and the changes of these qualities are different for every entity, but the situation is almost smooth, I would say, is more or less equal. When revenues go down for all the entities, we're not talking about oil-producing entities, which of course suffered a lot last year, and it influenced their budget, but they had some reserves which allowed them to maintain their operations. But when we speak about simultaneous changes in the system for ratings in the context of national scale, I would say that there are less vulnerability because all of the entities move the same direction. Probably some regions could expect a higher rating. I would like to ask another question to David. David, can you hear us? David? David, do you know any example of any country with the federal system where they have so this implicit guarantee to support entities, support regions? Do you have any example of any country?
Well, I would say that such an implicit guarantee is fairly common, certainly not ubiquitous, but I think in several countries there is it's a fine balance, I think, between ensuring full fiscal autonomy of the regions or the devolved entities, and also providing a last support in the case of severe shocks or crises. I wouldn't probably be in a position to give exact examples because it's a fine line. One could get into legalistic discussions as to where the law stops and common practice begins. However, having just served time in Turkey in Ankara, I think there is also either an implicit or actually often an explicit guarantee from the Treasury for municipal lending in that case. Now, explicit guarantees are not required, but can be common. Yes, I think there's several different practices. Afraid I don't have a very complete list, but it is something that, of course, the different country teams operating in the banks work on a lot, and we can, of course, gather that type of knowledge and discuss in more detail at a future forum. Thank you.
Да, спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. If we summarized what David said, implicit insurance guarantee is one of the best practices in other countries. In case of shocks and disasters or crises, government is responsible for regions in situations like the pandemic of COVID-19. It's obvious that the central government authorities will support the regions. It's not something very special for Russia. We might say that we just learn from best practices, global practices. When Maria mentioned the fact that Moscow returned to the bond market, and she said that it was quite difficult to restore a relationship with investments because some of them have forgotten what is Moscow, what are the risks, what is the budget of Moscow. And of course here a question how to build communication with investors. And I believe that here we have a benchmark, which is the Ministry of Finance of the Russian Federation, which over the last year invested a lot of efforts to build the model of communication with the market. And this model proved to be quite successful. I would like to ask Timur Maximov to give us a workshop how to do that, how to communicate with investors.
Timur, there is a loan program for the Ministry of Finance. It's quite big, and it's successfully performed, being successfully performed. And the remaining sum, which has to be loaned, is about 500 billion. So comparing to one auction, is about 30 billion. So in the last 5-6 auctions, the Ministry of Finance is depositing about 100 billions. Does it mean that in October the program of loans can be fulfilled totally, and in November and December Ministry of Finance will not loan anymore? I would like to specify that we generally need on the auction about 40 billion on the approved loan program which we have today, but we as the Federal Ministry of Finance have certain room for maneuver. As it has been correctly said, the situation in Moscow is better than expected, and the number of subjects, not only in Moscow and the federal government, is also in the same situation. We see the situation with income is better than it was expected, and generally we hope that such dynamics can allow us to fully not perform the program, especially bearing in mind that now the cycle is in such phase that depositing on peak is not quite preferable. So you suggest you are going on the way of Moscow. The limit is 400 and depositing is 115, and Ministry of Finance has to deposit about $500 billion, so probably there will be the less sum of money deposited. Yes, well, the first reduction has been made, about 900 billions, due to the remainings which were accumulated. If we have a possibility to reduce the program even more, I think it should be done, because I would like to say once more, the phase for depositing is not the best for the moment. Thank you so much. I think that's a wonderful answer to quite a tricky question, and I would like to get back to the topic of green bonds and to ask Maria to tell a bit about the issuance of the green bonds. Apart from only Moscow did it. Is it simpler, or it's more complicated than the regular bond? Everybody says it's different, but what's the point? Thank you, Alexander. For us, issuance of green bonds is quite a natural thing, to my mind, because we do implement a lot of green projects in the city. This is a construction of the metro, a change of the buses for electro buses. We implement projects on separation of rubbish, ecological monitoring system, and we participate in a pilot project Association of Economical Development for the cities and for the public entities. Generally, as a city, we are following the goal of sustainable development. We have a big number of projects in this dimension. That's why this step for us was really natural. In general, I think that if we consider the structure of budgets of the Russian Federation, generally everything is aimed at sustainable development. That's why for public entities and subjects of the Russian Federation municipalities, that's a step towards sustainable development, and it's a correct one. I think this step will be taken in the near future. We generally analyze the practice, how these tools can be implemented within the Russian legislation. We have the principle of one window, so to say, in the budget, so the target tool of financing as a subject of Russian Federation cannot be introduced. That's why, from the Russian point of view, this is a classical bonds. So what's the point of greenness of that? Greenness is added by preparation of the concepts of projects for green financing. There's a separate document where all projects are reflected in detail, where money will be sent with ecological effects inter alia. And this project as a concept is being verified. Independent agency verifies this document. In our case, it was the Expertera agency, and they were verifying our concept on the standard of International Association of Capital Markets in the world. There is a number of standards working for sustainable standard. We selected this one as the mostly widespread worldwide. So the concept is being verified, and if it is successful, this tool is introduced in the database of green bonds of the International Association of Capital Markets. Generally, we analyzed it. Among the world's cities, we are in top 20 among those who place such tools. Worldwide, it's quite a rare tool, and what should be considered by all the subjects of the Russian Federation. Issuance of such a bond presupposes the annual report that the money was spent in the necessary volume and the ecological effects were achieved. Separately, I would like to say that it contributes to the standard of the Bank of Russia, where the base is developing, and we wanted to tune our tools to have it in all the standards, Russian international ones. We are absolutely green, and it already gave the result in the market, and the verificator is remaining the same, so it's taking a responsibility to make it annually. Well, generally, we are taking the responsibility that we are implementing these projects and that we will achieve the necessary ecological effects, and the goal of verificator is to justify our conclusions and achievability of the announced goals. And another question, you have stated that there is Russian practice and there is international practice, and sometimes on the level of prospects there is an inclusion of such thing that if the greenness is not fulfilled, the bonds can be purchased, bought back. Can Moscow, could it have happened with Moscow, or you were confident that you would succeed? We were confident. It's a construction of a big ring line of metropolitan and of metro and change of buses for electric buses. These projects are implemented not for the first year, and we invest money annually on that, and obviously the money which we borrowed would be sent for these tools. That's why there was no big problem for us. And Accra agency is planning to play a role of verificator of green bonds. We are not planning, we are doing it already. We have methodology to have ESG estimations and verification of green bonds, and as for such complicated nuance, when in case if by the result of verification it is discovered that money were invested in some wrong manner, in this case there is a possibility that these bonds have to be preliminary paid. It's exclusively Russian practice, and there are some attempts to change the legislation for this harsh condition not to be in the documents because it sounds quite scary for colleagues somehow. Because in case of something, you will have to pay for the bonds preliminary. First of all, as far as I know, such cases were not in place, and there is a discussion on going away from that. Thank you so much. And if we take an example of Moscow, without any extra conditions, I would like to better to refer to international practice where it is met somehow. I wouldn't say it's a general practice, but there is a general stream where such bonds are issued. Yes, Alexander, this rule by its logic is not bad if we say that we need some economic effects in issuing that. If we understand that the tool is sustainable, there should be some responsibility behind that. Yes, Alexei, I would like to say a few words about this topic. Well, globally in the international practice, there is the practice of a single cashier, but including the international practice and within the framework of working with Moscow on issuing the green bonds, what Moscow has done in the Russian Federation is generally similar to the world practice. In Russian practice, in the corporate segment and the standard system by the rule of Bank of Russia 706p, this option exists, but it's not mandatory. If the emittent wants to place the green obligations and see in title in the prospect that this issuance is green, it is working. At the same time, they are placing it without identification in the prospect. And I would like to ask you a question also. If we see like next year, 2022, do you see the green bonds will be traded lower than the regular ones, or it will take some time? Well, you see, you need to consider the basic economic rules why in the Western Europe there is a green effect and a sustainable one, because the demand exceeds the offer. Today in Russia we still do not have the demand in full, and the demand is not formed not only because investors do not want to invest, but also because there is insufficient volume of assets. This effect is possible, but the effect is possible parallel to grow in market and investment and culture for such projects. Thank you so much. We have already come to a conclusion, and we have some time for Q&A session. And if you have a question, feel free to raise your hand, and Kamil will come up to you with the microphone. Distinguished participants, I would like to congratulate you with this holiday, Galina Vladimirovna from Belgorod region. This holiday I would like to say that we have certain problems which we face today after the check for inspection from the federal budget, and I would like to say a bit of negative things. And in Belgorod region there was no need in the loans. It was justified by the remainings in the regional budget for the beginning of the year. It is built on certain wording and the remainings for the beginning of the year, which to our mind and to the mind of by legislation contradicts to the requirements of the budgetary code. And the second outcome of such provisions is that we had to borrow with the monthly deficit and not by the deficit which is in this market. By our policies, we were borrowing below the level of planned payments for the debt obligations. And all our bonds were, all our borrowings were covered only by the income of the budget, and we were using the credit for recrediting for a lower market. The exclusion was the 20th year when we had to have some extra borrowings, and this year, having such a positive dynamics, we refused the borrowings and we are looking for the future. We hope that in 2020 we'll do the same. We wrote a letter to the Minister of Finance on clarification of this methodology, how we can forecast that, and what is the source that we have to use for the financing of deficit. For the moment, we do not have the answer, and we would like to, that's why I would like to point out this issue, that we would have a normal question, normal answer for that, judging by Federation. This source is not forecasted anyhow, it's not included in the methodology, and the change in the remainings is arithmetics.
And even the Federation could borrow. There are no some basics or some limits to use the funds which you have at the beginning of the year. At the same time, you have an opportunity to use these funds over the normative deficit. This is the problem. I would like all the entities to be aware about that. Probably this problem is common for us. Timur, could you comment on that? We need a copy of the letter which you mentioned, and we will study this issue. Dear colleagues, we have time for one more question. Please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Ulyanovsk region, the Acting Minister of Finance, Natalia Brukhanova. Probably the question is to Minister of Finance. Do you plan any change of approach in the budget code for the regions? Because we see that an approach is very simple. Yes, there is a level of debt, the level of revenue, income, and the sustainability level, which is low, middle, and high. But the banks take into account the period of this debt. Market debt, budget debt, they divide that, and sometimes rating of an entity could be very high from the point of view of agency, but for the Ministry of Finance it will be more pessimistic. In this regard, do you plan to change an approach to estimate debt sustainability of the entities? Thank you very much. You probably know that we have categorization. It's implemented, but for the second year it's not applied. And it was the decision of the government which led to the inner discussion. Shall we apply that? And I will not announce any decisions made. We are just discussing that. If it's necessary or not. If it's necessary, in which cases we shall apply that. After having the decision, we will have consultations with the entities' representatives. Of course, I agree with you that it's very tough approach on the one hand, but on the other hand, during these 2 years, without this categorization, nothing changed. And the question is what to do in the future? Shall we change the approach? And this is what we are doing. And the very last question. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Congratulations on the Day of Financial Experts. I have a methodological question to the Ministry of Finance, or maybe 2 questions. Recommendations on the debt policy are dated 2015. I mean the ones which are published on the website of the Ministry. Does Ministry of Finance plan to develop this methodology? And me and my colleagues, we have many questions in this regard, because over the past 6 years, a lot of things changed. Will there be updating of this policy on the website of the Ministry of Finance? And the last question, in 2022, will there be a normative adopted for registration of bonds issued by the Ministry of Finance? Because it was announced, but due to the pandemic, due to the crisis, it was postponed. And from the point of view of the World Bank or the Ministry of Finance, how it will be controlled? Will there be new legislation? Because the previous law is not in force anymore. Thank you very much. We have discussed it with you many times, and taking the opportunity, I would say that according in regards of the methodological recommendations, we agreed 1 year ago that we will do that. The document is already prepared, but there are some internal procedures that will be published on the website very soon. It not will be the normative, just recommendations, how we work and how we believe it to be the best way for work for the entities and key areas. Yes, we decided not to publish this document. By the way, the accounting chamber also drew our attention to this fact. What we did, what we agreed with the accounting chamber, we have a very big document, which is a joint document. Key areas of taxation, customs, and other fiscal policy. We will add the debt sector. We will describe the principles of approach, how we see the operation of these segments, how it looks from our point of view, and I believe that you will take these recommendations as guidance. Unfortunately, I cannot hear the speaker because he doesn't use microphone. If you talk about the agreement with the Ministry of Finance, no, it's a different situation because it's not obligatory document. We decided to prepare this document, but you are obliged. It's another situation. For us, it's basis of the budget law. It's a middle term focus. And the third question was about registry of mission. As far as I understand, the Central Bank of Russia is responsible for such a registration. Unfortunately, I cannot hear the speaker because the speaker doesn't use microphone. This question is very close to the issue of differentiation of entities. We will decide about the categories of debt sustainability, because for some categories it's obligatory, it's mandatory, but for other categories it's not. Yes, but it depends on when this categorization is in force. When? I cannot answer you this question because it's subject of discussion at the moment. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues. We are out of time. Thank you very much for your participation. I believe that debt sustainability of the entities of the Russian Federation will only improve. They will enter the market, and in 2 or 3 years there always be a place of discussion at Moscow Financial Forum. Thank you very much, and I wish you good health.
А, понял. Спасибо. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Сейчас дострою. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. У всех нормально? Ну, это уже... Раз, два. Раз, два. Все, отстроились? Включите. Все, чтобы люди настроились.
Коллеги, добрый день. У нас сегодня...
Hello, colleagues. Today we're having our financial forum, and this is a good reason to meet the financiers, our colleagues from the government. It's a great opportunity to discuss the issues of interest. These issues are relevant for financial community and not only. And we're having a lot of sessions that touch upon the issues of taxes, interbudgetary relations, debt, treasury, and all of that is very relevant for our participants. And the participants are the financiers of the Russian Federation constituent entities, treasurers, financiers that work in various institutions, and this is a real holiday for us and a great opportunity to discuss professional issues. And if there are any questions, I'm ready to answer that. Could you please tell us about the main parameters of the budget for the next 3-year period? What is the volume of income and cost? Now we're on the final stage of budget preparation. In the second half of this month, we will have the meeting of the government that will determine the parameters of the budget, budgetary policy, fiscal policy, and by the end of the month, we will introduce this document to the Parliament. The Budgetary Commission had already taken place, and the main parameters had been determined, and we will follow the budgetary rule for the next 3-year period. The general parameters of the budget for the next 2 or 3 years will have a small surplus. 2024, it will be a bit less than zero, a small deficit. And this is related to the proceeds we get from the export of oil. And the forecasted price for oil is the main factor for the budgetary balance. Still, the overall volume of costs will grow annually. In 2023 and 2024, this will be a bit more than 1 trillion rubles. This is the growth of costs. And the main goals of the budget is the implementation of national goals determined by the President, implementation of strategic initiatives adopted by the Russian Federation government this year, supporting our citizens, fulfillment of the presidential messages, the message of this year, presidential speeches of this year and last year that determined the tasks, such as supporting families with children, demographic issues, and all these solutions have the necessary financing. Besides, it's very important for the government to develop new sectors of the economy, such as radio, electronics, hydrogen, new infrastructure, and all the goals of strategic initiatives of the government. 500 billion rubles have been allocated for these initiatives for 3 years. And the necessary resources have also been allocated, so the budget is well balanced. It has been determined. We know its parameters. And right now, together with our institutions and agencies, we are improving specific aspects, and next week, once again, we will discuss it in the government and introduce it as a final document to the Russian Federation government. Speaking about the budget stability, on the backdrop of the stability, we can see stagnation of people's income. So do you think that measures fighting poverty are sufficient, and will the launch of Treasury help us fight inequality? Speaking about the income, we can see that this year, thanks to the additional income received by the Treasury, there are specific solutions and support measures that are being implemented for the citizens that need the government's help. These are pensioners, families with children that started to attend school for the first time, and this policy will continue. A number of solutions for helping people with low income, the decisions on which were taken last year and this year, allow us to speak about the measures implemented for fighting poverty. Social treasury is an element of our financial policy. Social treasury will help people receive support from the government. I'm speaking about the poorest citizens. They will not need to prepare specific documents. It will be enough to prepare an application online through social treasury. And after verification, these people will get the necessary financial assistance. Together with the Central Bank of Russia, we are taking measures to prevent speeding up the inflation rates, because it has grown recently, and we are planning to decrease this trend. Budgetary measures and fiscal measures will be implemented in this area. And this inflation tax that our citizens have to pay will decrease. It means that the issue of stagnation of people's income will be resolved. I'm speaking about inflation decrease and growth of targeted social aid. Elena Kudryavtseva from TASS agency. Anton Germanovich, can we say that the Russian economy has already overcome all the consequences of corona crisis, and do you think that next year the growth will be much lower due to the effect of the high base of this year?
We believe that all in all the economy has recovered. We have reached pre-pandemic levels. It is evident not only by looking at the pace of the development, economic development. We also see that the investments are growing. If you look at the oil and gas sector, you will see it's up to 5% in real terms. So economic activity is obvious. Talking about the tax collection, the VAT tax as well as other types of taxes actually are going ahead of the economic forecasts that we have had. That means that we can have even more optimistic forecasts by the end of the year. So all in all, I can confirm your statement by saying that we have overcome the consequences of the pandemic. Now it's important to maintain the pace of development, and that can be done with certain economic decisions that also can spur further economic growth. So we are implementing strategic initiatives of the government, the national projects aimed at supporting our economy, and we are providing financial incentives. We have the foundation of the national well-being that will help us implement projects in infrastructure and new sectors of economy. We are engaging various sectors. We help regions by providing loans and other types of support. And every year, we are increasing our allocations primarily in the social sector. So the incentives that are provided in the budget should support the pace of growth that we are targeting. And this year we're expecting 2.4% of growth. Next year it will be around 3%. So based on that, we have developed our forecast, and this estimates is the basis for developing the budget for the upcoming 3 years. Anton Gavrimonovich, you said that the investments in the infrastructure projects will amount up to 3 billion rubles, but at the same time, the Ministry of Economy said that this project should be financed without any limits. Would you support this initiative, and if so, that would be the scope of investments? And secondly, can we talk about taxes? President Putin already has announced that as of next year we will increase the tax for added value, and we would like to understand how much the budget can receive by raising taxes, and apart from metallurgy, are there any sectors where we can expect high taxes? Well, we have synchronized the clock with the central bank, and we are going to allocate 1.6 trillion rubles for new projects over the next 4 years, starting from this year. And the projects are built or developed in a way so that the bulk of resources will be used in the next 3 years. Nevertheless, the parameters of investment are coordinated with the central bank, and we stick to the plan. As for the services, we are talking about the investments by a fund for procuring the foreign equipment. This money will not work in the territory of Russia, so they will not impact the monetary demand. So right now we are discussing the situation to make sure that the implementation of the project service and using the funds will become possible in a way so that it will not be impactful on the general parameters of the monetary policy. Now let's talk about the natural resources and the markets. Indeed, we are looking at different possibilities to execute upon the directives we were given, and I'd like to give you some statistics. If you look at the natural rent in the oil and gas sector, it's up to 80%. If we talk about metallurgy, and we are talking about black and ferrous, non-ferrous metallurgy, it's up to 1.6%. Of course, we are not going to equalize the extraction levels, but the additional revenue, initial earnings of this sector from the price changes in the global market actually could be used for achieving the goals and implementing strategic initiatives. And when it comes to import replacement, something the President was talking as well about, is important for us, and it requires additional investments on our part. So if you look at what additional earnings are spent in metallurgy sector, it is spent on dividends. Yes, dividends are good, but what do you do with them? Do you invest them in the new production, in the new manufacturing facilities? No. We just have discussed at the plenary session the following fact: the goal of the Russian Federation, but not only of other countries, is to make sure that the government is also involved in the process of developing certain economic sectors, actually the ones that are of priority, the ones that create new jobs. And such processes, such as taking extra rent, earnings are justified and fair. I said 1.6 trillion. I cannot hear the question asked without the microphone. As for services, we are discussing that issue with the central bank, and all in all, they agree with this approach. If the money does not work inside our economics domestically, then the increase is possible. So it certainly will depend on procurements of foreign equipment, and we indeed can increase the limit. As for additional earnings in the term of increasing the extraction rent, I cannot give you any parameters because so far we have not finalized our discussion. So later on we will discuss the budget draft logic with the government, and then we will be able to determine the volumes we will include in the budget for the upcoming year. Hello, this is Rakhmanova, Ms. Rakhmanova from Interfax, Anton Germanovich. As for this year and the dynamics of budget execution, what result do you expect? Do you expect any surplus? If so, what will be the scope of it? And you said that a modest surplus can be expected next year. So what is the level of surplus you're expecting next year, if any? And another question, earlier you said that that in autumn you may issue rural bonds in the market. Do you still have these plans? And are there any possibilities to do so currently? As for the current year, we are expecting an additional earning equal to 1.7 trillion rubles. I have said that earlier. And as for the general budget balance, I believe that we will strike zero. Because as for all additional earnings, we are going to allocate them to support our population, and such decisions have already been made. We talked about subsidies for families with children. We also provided some subsidies to military people and retired people, and there are other measures to stimulate the economy. As for the upcoming year, 2022 may have a surplus around 1%, and similar is the forecast for 2023. It can be 0.3%. As for Eurobonds, currently we are taking loans in the domestic market. Of course, there is no need to launch in the foreign markets, although certainly we have a right to do so. We always look at the loan conditions domestically and internationally. So based on the current situation, we will see whether it will make sense and we will to do so or not. So once again, I will reiterate by saying that the domestic market seems quite satisfactory for us. Thank you very much. Hello, this is a journalist from RBK. Are there any plans to provide financial aid to Belarus? And should we expect any tax-related surprises this year, similar to what happened last year when the excise tax was increased for tobacco and so on? As for the Belarus, we see that our neighbor is experiencing certain challenges at the moment. So we are interacting with our colleagues and we are discussing a whole array of questions. And our goal is to make sure that we can stimulate the process of integration. So we are we are developing strategic plans to integrate our economies. So today it's the most important topic in our agenda. However, I don't exclude the possibility that we eventually may provide certain financial assistance if needed. As for tax-related surprises, then I can tell you that we should not expect many, if any. So, one more specified question. As for the loan program for the current year, are you going to introduce any changes or it will remain in the same shape or form? Well, we are very cautious when it comes to our actions in the market. And if somebody would like to include high risk premium, in that case, we cut down loans or we don't hold the tender at all. So indeed, our estimate for the current year in terms of launching market was 2.8 trillion rubles, and similar forecast is for the next year. And we always pursue a goal of keeping the interest rates safe in the markets as we do a large-scale loan. And we are also very careful in terms of identifying the portfolio structure. We want our portfolio of assets to be very stable, that actually does not depend on the market situation, and that will decrease payments. And one more. Hello, Anton Germanovich. The Ministry of Forest Development developed the norms for preferential format for the Kuril Islands, and we would like to know when will this mode be introduced. Together with the Ministry of Economic Development, we have developed this format. We have approved upon it, and I believe that the discussion at the Ministry of Finance will not take much time. Thank you.
Раз, раз. Раз, раз. Раз, два. Раз, два, три.
toilet if you need.
No, it's okay.
No? Камиль, может, пока конференция не началась, я продаю, пусть... барный стул?
Нет, ты мне нужен здесь в зале.
Окей. Барный... А где он, барный стул?
Там.
Окей. А кто скрайберов ожидает? Вас никто? Вот там два стула, да, мы подготовили, они просили поставим специально. Место, ну ладно. Видимо, я там с края сяду. Так, где тут есть?
Я понимаю, да.
Так, здесь свободно? Я как раз посижу тут.
Есть.
introduce our guests. First of all, Sergei Romanov, Director of Department of Budgetary Methodology and Public Sector Financial Reporting, Ministry of Finance of the Russian Federation. Ivan Tsetsersky, Chairman of the Board of the All-Russian Association for Development of Local Self-Governments. Andrei Maximov, Chairman of the Commission of Territorial Development and Local Self-Government of the Public Chamber of the Russian Federation. Lira Ektisamova, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Artur Repin, First Deputy Director of Finance Department of the Yamalo-Nenets Autonomous Area. Joana Pinto, Council of the Municipality of Cascais, Portugal. She is with us online. And Tarson Nunes, Research, Department of Economics and Statistics, Ministry of Planning, Budget and Management, State of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. Do we have results of the voting? Could you please demonstrate them on the screen? The results will be at the end. Great, I would like to give the floor to Sergei Romanov. Please take the floor. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. Actually, the list of questions for voting and today's subject are connected. If we look at the history and think about events which took place in 2017, we had a session on initiative budgeting. The topic was initiative budgeting as a tool to improve efficiency of budgetary expenses. In 2018, we hosted a large conference within the forum where the initiative budgeting was discussed from the point of view of resource of development and participation of citizens in this resource of development. And today, our topic is initiative budgeting as a form of dialogue between the government and the population. Being the first speaker, I will do my best to answer the question, what is the difference and what has happened, what has changed over the last years, including from the point of view of a dialogue. Many experts understand the term dialogue differently, but there are two major approaches. Number one is conflictless interaction of participation of participants of the dialogue, their balanced cooperation, or it's a debate, it's a war of opinions when the dialogue reflects active position of its participants. And at the same time, if we speak about dialogue of population and the government, the state and the society, there is a range of positions which really close to the subject which we discussed today. Public dialogue, civil dialogue, participation, civil participation, government participation, deliberative dialogue, there is such a term, which is one of the forms of the dialogue related to making certain opinions or decisions. I'm not going to dwell on the terminology. I'm willing to express my position. The dialogue between the government and the society and the population is one of the most important form of public dialogue today. And the basis of this dialogue includes two basic positions. Number one, deliberation of what I have said when within the interactions between two parties of the dialogue, by analyzing the reasons, factors, you come to joint decisions, well-balanced decision, a mechanism which allows to do a backup, to go back, to overview all the positions, to review them. Such a soft, very symmetric form of dialogue for all the participants. And number two is that citizens are participating, they are committed to dialogue, they take part in joint events, inclusion of social and demographic groups of citizens which, due to some reasons at this moment, are not make part of this dialogue. At the same time, today, if we speak about the dialogue of population and the government, in regards of initiative budgeting, to my point of view, this ratio between initiative budgeting and the dialogue have very interesting directions. We will speak about that, because we have all the indicators. We were talking about increasing of efficiency of budgetary expenses, then we were speaking that we have discussing that we have to involve citizens, we have to support attempts of citizens to participate in decision making. And today we can say that a permanent system which is in place of practices of initiative budgeting is a dialogue between the government and the population. And it has an atmosphere of very important part of this dialogue. We can speak about electorate. Electorate is not only a group of people who have the right to vote, but like about a group of people who make community together with the government to resolve the issues and problems which the government is obliged to resolve, and the population supports these decisions and accordingly is participants, electorate of this group. Both approaches, these elements, form the foundation of practices of initiative budgeting, which today resolve very concrete tasks: transparency, openness of authorities and government. These are the practices of initiative budgeting, which is an element to strengthen cooperation, connection between government and the population, solving problems of the citizens at the territories of their residence, and as a result, redistribution of public resources aimed at solving priority problems. Task to involve different groups of population within the process of initiative budgeting. It is growing, this area is growing, we have more and more new practices which are not common, to which we got used to over the years, but some practices which cover some specific groups of people, of population, for example, students, pupils, budgeting of projects related to disabled people and their provision with certain results. And of course, another task which initiative budgeting is solving at the moment is development of skills and potential of the community itself. These people learn to develop territory, to interact and to represent their interests. It's a very important task. This is the task which has to become one of priorities, one of the key tasks, because based on that, population need to get a habit, need to get used to take part in life of their territory, understanding that they have an opportunity to impact on some decisions and make these decisions together with the government, with authorities. If we talk about practices, what is the dialogue? Communication between the population and the government starts from the very first stage of implementation of practices, the project cycle, and it continues during the whole period of implementation of projects of initiative budgeting, which we are talking about. And the key factor of success here is permanent contact of administration, not only with active part of participants of initiative budgeting process who are involved in the processes, but also taking measures to invite other citizens that may be passive as observers or as participants. Usually takes place in form of information campaigns aimed at popularization and promotion of different practices within the framework of their operation and within the framework of results analyzing. This is one of the forms which today is valid. This is in force. Budgetary commissions and committees which discuss issues of projects of initiative budgeting. And these authorities, these bodies, form so-called professional citizens who have more professional approaches to participations in decision making. They learn how to do that. They are trained. There are special events, training events, and after that, these professional citizens, after the training procedures, after this participation, including and very often get involved, take part, and start their career in the municipal or different authorities. It's so-called social elevator for many representatives of the population, which allows them to do that. That is why such approaches of interaction provide very wide covering of citizens in the form of a live dialogue. Now we have internet resources, internet platforms, groups in messengers, which allows to expand our possibilities to attract citizens. It means that my time is so socially responsible telephone without a moderator. Public character of such decisions, which are made with participation of citizens, means that they are performed in interests of the society, but not only. They are controlled, and it's public control at all the stages, which provides an opportunity to legitimize all these decisions made by the authorities, by the government. And on the other hand, they confirm that the government is legitimate. Such a dialogue between population and government has these double effects, and such a dialogue has to be regulated. Its format should be determined. That is why the President of the Russian Federation set the task to provide legislation to regulate, to control that. And within this framework, we made amendments to the budgetary code and other legislative normatives to provide a legal basis for regulation of this process, which allowed to provide a legal basis for these tools. It allowed us to provide municipalities with an opportunity to develop their practices at their territories. Such a legislative factor became an impetus for further development. And today, we have the following understanding. Development of such a dialogue between the government and the population requires not only openness of the government. Government is open, it's willing to provide all the necessary information and materials for public control, for monitoring its activities. But such an approach and dialogue requires activities by the population as well, and this is very important. Today, if we have many forms of such dialogue, public chambers, expert councils of the authorities and government bodies, other tools. But this is the one party. And on the other hand, it's very important to use this platform. We are providing them. We are willing to form them. It's very important for the population to interact, to take part in that. And as an example of such readiness, we have a regulation website, and where we upload the drafts, documents for discussion, and after that we report to the government about the remarks, comments, how many of them, and what was our response to that. And if we ask a question, how active the public and the population use these platforms, these tools, and the answer is that it could be much better in comparison with the situation that we have today. And if we speak about initiative budgeting, as dialogue from these points of view, in addition to positive results related to increasing efficiency of budgetary expenses, which are part of these projects, with satisfaction of citizens when implementing these projects, there are also some more positive bonuses which influence the dialogue between the population and the government. First of all, the process of initiative budgeting is de facto more interesting than traditional forms of public hearings at the budget meetings, and the number of people who visit these public hearings are less than initiative budgeting discussion. And the next important thing, if we talk about electorate among the participants of initiative budgetings, the majority of them are representatives of not political associations which are focused on solving the problems of territory. And of course there is a high share of working population. That is why involvement of these groups of population is very important, to provide dialogue with the government, to turn face to face and to talk. And number 3, which I have already mentioned, initiative budgeting as a process is a very good social elevator of professional growth. This allows us to train high-skilled, interested experts who work with us. That is why today, as a conclusion, I can say that there is a positive shift which took place. The processes of initiative budgeting, it became adult, it became more mature. We see it, we witness it, because we understand how people talk about that, why they talk about that. In comparison with the situation which we had 5 or 6 years ago, it's a very significant growth. And it's not just increasing of budgetary expenses efficiency, it's a mechanism of a dialogue between the government and the population. Thank you very much, Sergei. Actually, you gave us a perfect picture of this image, these colors, which government and public and population can use to make these necessary important projects within initiative budget. And I believe that we have to dwell more about the future, because we do not have to stop now. There are many other tools which we could use to expand initiative budgeting. This is the target declared by the president. We can use them within the frameworks of the public programs, taxation system. People should pay taxes on targets, some targeted. There were the targeted loans for local projects. There are many different ideas. But which is the most important point? What is our next step, according to the Ministry of Finance? When a child grows up, it is too late to teach this child something. It's necessary to. The only possible way is to guide a child or an adult already. Speaking about perspectives, first of all, is expanding of practices. We have a big number of different practices today of initiative budgeting, and to my point of view, they can be divided into 2 groups. Probably it's rural and municipal and urban. One practice provides for participation of population, discussion of projects, materials and financing, participation of citizens in implementation of these projects, and these are municipalities which do not have enough funds to resolve all the necessary issues. And the second, urban, is when people delegate representatives in form of groups or budgetary committees when the question of co-financing is not on the agenda. And one of the most popular practices of involving citizens into the dialogue with government. These are two major groups. That is why I believe that if we talk about the future, we shall talk about development of different practices, different forms of cooperation, involvement of those social and demographic groups of populations which do not take part at the moment. They are willing, they are ready for that, but due to different reasons, they are not participating now. And now it's time to actively speak. And this is what our Center of Initiative Budgeting is involved at. We discuss practices of students budgeting, pupils budgeting. Actually, there are no examples. If we, for example, one day we will say that in this university we have practices of initiative budgeting. No, we don't have. There is student self-government, some other tools and mechanisms, but they are different. This is where we should develop it. And second question, as you have mentioned, the question when we say more and more often to which extent approaches involving the population take place within the improvement, for example, of rural areas. It's a very important tool, but now it is part of government programs, but it's a very small share. Actually, everything could be developed under the auspices of initiative budgeting. There should be more such projects. And another area which is very important to my point of view is development of IT within these practices, because we live in the era of digitalization. That is why, if we don't take into account new tools which we can use to organize this work, to involve as many people as possible and provide them with all the necessary information, this is something that we will have to do. And it should be at the very high level. Not just messengers, not social networks, but we need to think which social networks, with which group of population. Because you can do that in Instagram, for example. You can post on Instagram, but according to the latest evaluations of Instagram, it's a platform, 76% of the Instagram accounts belong to women. It's a women messenger social network. There are other messengers and social networks with other groups, social groups of people. That is why we have to choose carefully where we shall publish these materials. There are many questions from our colleagues from the regions about the legislative basis. Different questions about the period of consideration of adoption. Of course, we understand that we do not have the practice, legal practice, because the law was adopted on the 1st of January, and during this period we already have some examples. We need time out to work this out and to make amendments and to finalize the legislation. Thank you very much. Actually, for 1 year it's probably enough, and the next year we will meet again and we'll invent something else, because it's a process that changes. It's alive. Dear colleagues, we heard federal point of view. How is the dialogue developing? What are the plans and what is the form of the dialogue? Now we will give the floor to our colleagues from municipalities, from the regions. And I would like to give the floor and the clicker and everything I have to Ivan Tsetsersky. Another socially oriented telephone. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Sergei has already dwelt on many aspects, and he was one of the initiators of the development of legislation. We know that he invested a lot of efforts. He was a pioneer. You remember, these were such intentions of the regions to have public budget, and in many regions there were implementation of the orders of the electorate. And today we have this area of initiative budgeting. What is different? A lot of things are different. I will give you one example of one mayor of the city. I talked to him the day before yesterday, and we were talking about initiative budgeting. How is initiative budgeting in your municipality? The region provided 2 million rubles. What can I do with these 2 million rubles? I said, yeah, that's not enough. That's not a lot. And I allocated 45 million rubles for the initiative budgeting. Do you understand how confused he is? What do we need to tell them? We need to train them. We need to teach them. And Sergei was saying that. I don't know how can I change the slide? I apologize. Our Association of Self-Government is the strongest. We have 96 associations. We cover territories from Far East to Kaliningrad. And one of the key factors is, of course, monitoring of everything what's happened in local municipalities and governments. We have agreed the latest version of the state policy. You can see it on the screen. And I quoted 4 abstracts. Involvement of citizens is the key factor everywhere. We were talking about that a lot. Regional projects, initiative projects, national projects, and the president emphasizes the role of the budget. The budget should be very understandable, very clear to people, not only by financial experts. By the way, congratulations on the day of financial experts, and many people said that nobody is happy with them, but that's not true, because they protect every head of municipality. From jail, for example, they control every signature, and there is a Minister of Finance. She understands very well what I'm talking about, and the head of the Republic understands it even better. I will skip one slide, please. Focus on that slide. 85 entities have to adopt this law, but there are only 62 of them who did that since January. Where are another 23? They are not here. And the share of initiative budgeting in the projects 0.1, 0.3%. Of course, only few people understand what is this. 5% from what? From revenue, or expenses, or accumulated revenue, or the net profit. It needs to be clarified because nobody understands. Sergei Romanov has said that this is the first process of implementation, of introducing. These are the model acts developed by Sergei. We have sent that to Sergei. Please analyze that. I will go back because it's. Thank you for your attention, but I need to go back to the slide I skipped. Regarding practices of initiative budgeting, please pay attention to implementation and the level of involvement of people. The mayor is the mayor interested in involving people into initiative budgeting? Imagine that you are a mayor. You know people, the population of the place of your residence. Do you really like an idea to have an idea, to have a project imposed to you, and you know that you do not have funds to implement that. Who would agree? Are there people here who would agree to that? Please raise your hands, and I will ask you why. Are there any people who agree? If you sincerely say that you are against it, just imagine how this initiative budgeting is implemented in the regions. A citizen has no idea about that. Head of administration who is responsible for that undoubtedly is not interested, because otherwise citizens will take part in his financial projects. The deputy corps wants financing, and they don't like to have somebody else in parallel. That is why, unfortunately, at the moment, it's almost impossible to implement the initiative budgeting in local places, local governments, etc. Because we need to teach them, we need to train them. Let's imagine a yard for apartment buildings, for houses, and of course it's divided according to the code. They have their area for sports, for children, and who is responsible for which part of that property? 4 houses, 1 yard. According to the code, the joint property is the subject of financing by residents of which house? If the playground requires repayment, who is responsible for that? Who is guilty in this situation? And at the municipal level, we analyze implementation, and we faced such situation in many cities. It really requires regulation. That is why today we see very negative practices, which is of our concern, because they involve citizens, residents. As President say, will not be involved if we do not educate heads of municipalities, if we do not educate our municipal community. Today, implementation of initiative projects takes place massively through the companies, through the organizations which are not legal entities, and they are concerned because they cannot be provided with financial support. And we have the Institute of Responsible People. When they speak about their problems, they say that we have many projects in this municipal area. Nobody knows then my application will be subject for financing. We are not talking about the amount of financing. Minister in Bashkortostan, where they have a lot of municipalities, can express her opinion, because we have the majority of municipalities located in the Republic of Tatarstan and Republic of Bashkortostan. These are 2 republics, and we know all the problems in Bashkortostan, for instance. That is why I am looking forward to listen to your presentation. The proposal which we have is to give the status of public observer, and it should be documented, because any initiative project have to be accompanied by the public control. Public control is something that no administration likes. We don't care that administration doesn't like that. We are interested in official status of any projects, and these can be achieved by public observer. In this case, the public administration and the executor of the project will be involved, and of course the public group which is not aware that they want to improve some area and they do not have grids there. Another sphere is interaction of local administration to build dialogue with the public. That is why for the first year we have positive practices, and these 100 processes of initiative budgeting which had been implemented in our country in 85 constituent entities, that's probably not a good result. That is why I would like to give the floor and listen to my colleagues. What shall we do in this regard? But we are preparing our offers and proposals. We'll summarize that and submit that to different executive bodies of our country, because it's not about a region or municipalities. We have to regulate that on the federal level. That would be it. Thank you very much. I have many questions, but I would like to ask Sergey one question about this 5%. How do we calculate this 5%? It's 5% of what? I'm always astonished that people still do not understand that, because we have already provided methodological recommendations long ago, and we have the order adopted, which says where do you calculate. Of course, it's not from 5% of the total volume of budgetary funds. These 5% were mentioned in the order of the president, in the instruction by the president. There are 4 or 5 areas: improvement, sports, and other areas where this percentage should be calculated. And you calculate from the total amount of these parts, how many percent are implemented within the tools of initiative budgeting. It's not the total expenses and total profit. There are 4 areas of funding. Every budget has it. The volume, the amount of these expenses is subject to calculation. There is nothing difficult to do that. And also we need to find the ratio between these amounts to the areas which I have mentioned, and we have this 5%. Now we cannot analyze it. Some people have 0.01 and somebody had 200. Somebody sent us a report with 200%. How they calculated that, nobody knows. But the number was there in the report, 200. After seeing these results, which did not make us happy, we prepared an order. There is an instrument, but nobody reads it, probably. Thank you very much. We have to read it, and we need to write it. That is why I would like to give the floor to Ivan and ask him a question. And we have the new version of state policy of the Russian Federation. Does it include initiative budgeting? Can we have my presentation back? No, we don't need slides. Of course, it's a strategic document as a foundation, as a basis, which has to be accompanied by the plan of implementation within 6 months, and our organization is one of the developers. Of course, there will be many areas, but involvement of the population into implementation of national projects, regional projects, what's happening in the regions is our priority. Agglomerations, development of rural areas. I'm just trying to, it is not a full list, but I'm trying to quote some. And inter-budgetary relations, it's another topic, it's another subject. I will explain, it's our panel, because initiative budgeting, its amount depends on the capabilities of the municipalities or their budget to do something. Today, there are proposals to make some critical changes at the level of municipal association of the Council of the Federation to finalize, to finish this debate. We say that we often hear that there are not enough funds. The regional budget, unfortunately, has 20% maximum, which can allocate additional funds to the municipalities. I would like to hear the question yes or no. Yes, of course. Absolutely. Initiative budgeting includes many projects. Legislation, which we have already mentioned. Rural areas, public areas. Citizens aged 14 and older can vote officially. To my point of view, initiative budgeting in school, within school programs is better. Criminal liability happens when a citizen is 14, and we would like to change, we would like to make this 14 years the age of possibility for people to take part in that. And we have our online speaker, Andrei Maximov. Good afternoon, dear friends. Can you hear us? We can hear you, but we can't hear you. Can you see me? Yes, now we can see you. First of all, congratulations on the day of financial work. I understand that the majority of participants of the forum are part of this wonderful profession and they are happy with their professional success. And number two, I would like to thank you for such an interesting discussion on the topic which today is one of the major prospective possibilities of development of local communities, local territories, because initiative budgeting is a resource for local development at this stage, taking into account President's initiative about 5%. Dynamics in this sphere. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Dynamic of development of this institution, and another factor which we also have to take into account, which I would like to dwell on. 12 or 13 years ago, Institute of Development took part in this project, the largest survey and study of local self-government, sociological, social study, expert groups in all the regions of the country, and we found one interesting thing about people's activities. They are active when it's possible to have an impact on our distribution of resources. First of all, funds. If you need just to express your opinion, nobody will do that. They will sit on their sofas. If you speak about if we talk about some interest for them, in this regard, I'm happy to see the development of such institution, of such initiative budgeting, because the form of dialogue is very important. There are many forms. Self-organization of citizens. Yes, there are some, but only few. Low activity and low motivation among citizens is a problem. And the solution of this problem is monetary aspects. Self-organization of citizens, social initiatives, social projects, initiative budgeting. I would like to expand on a ratio, on comparison of initiative budgeting with other forms of local self-government, participation of citizens in local self-government, in public authorities. The list of these forms is very big. Nobody can count. If we speak about direct participation of citizens in the local self-government, there is federal law 13114. Among them, 3 is direct democracy, representative democracy, when there is representation in bodies of local self-government, and participatory democracy. When we speak about initiative budgeting, a number of forms were unified by a chain of interaction to implement the initiative projects. There are some organizations, there are elders of the settlement who can make a proposal on this initiative budgeting. Then we need to organize a meeting or a conference of all the residents. Other 3 forms include initiative budgeting of such a kind. This is how the process looks. If we discuss how the initiative of initiative project appears, very often this means discussions of such an initiative group, but there are some questionnaires, inquiries, etc., and citizens are another form of direct participation of citizens in local self-government, which is also at place. 6 out of 9 forms include initiative projects. Unfortunately, we do not have any statistics which would help us to determine. Unfortunately, I can hear the speaker. Monetary resources, monetary funds, which citizens have within the frameworks of participatory democracy. Probably we shall ask Minister of Finance to calculate that, to analyze all the budgets of the municipalities, which amount was allocated to these municipalities to support them, maybe from Moscow to some regional specifics. We don't know how much they spent there, but I am confident that it's not comparable to 32 billion rubles in 2020. They were budget of initiative budgeting. Of course, it's uncomparable. Probably we cannot compare motivation. There is another question. In terms of initiative budgeting, we probably had to calculate and overview not only financial expenditures and budget efficiencies of these measures, but also the participation, the involvement of citizens. How many people took part in discussion of these projects? Could that be possible? I mean, in all the country, that will be very good to understand the process. How many people are recipients of, how many people are beneficiaries of these services and products which are used, which are provided using this money? Synchronization of all the resources in budgets which we have within this framework of budgeting, initiative budgeting, and the motivation of this big system of self-organization of citizens in different forms. That's probably will be the next stage of initiative budgeting development. This question was already asked to a representative of the Ministry of Finance. Sergei Romanov said that this question should be resolved step by step. And now we have to understand what are the next steps, what are the next tasks. This is my proposal: synchronization, synergy, to provide synergy as a priority at the next step. What do I mean? In addition to democracy, we have different forms of self-organization and public control. For example, public control bodies are public chambers of municipalities, of the federation, of the constituent entities of the Russian federations. Why don't we recommend, and we are willing to do that, why don't we recommend them a proposal of initiative projects implementation with participation of the public chambers of municipalities or constituent entities of the Russian Federation? Obviously, this process is vertical from bottom to the top because some projects are supported locally, and maybe Public Chamber of Russia could also implement or support such projects, or it will not propose, but at the municipal level it could be a very significant measure of support for projects which the majority of which, and I assure you that we are trying to support that, to develop this system. We organize competitions in municipal chambers, in constituent entities of the Russian Federation. For them it can be additional resource, and it can be a methodology of implementation of such projects through system of initiative budgeting. Andrei, please, I ask you to summarize. Synergy of initiative budgeting is something very popular now. It has something in common with other spheres. Competitions, for example, the competition of staff. I was a moderator of one of such competitions in the region of Penza. Why don't people who present their project in these competitions to try to take part in initiative budgeting at the local level? There are competitions within this system of support of public chamber. They were organized. Ideas changing the cities. This is a competition for youth, for school pupils, for students. They present their architectural projects, and because it's not possible to have tendering system applied to them, they just do not receive financing. In such a segment of initiative budgeting, it is required. As for the territorial and local self-government, I believe that the methodological recommendations could include the territory of activity, the territory of operation. It should be specified, because new legislation about the regional and local authorities, about territorial self-government, is also very important, and this means that there can be a lot of proposals, but I would invite you to analyze, to think how energy in this sphere could be used to develop initiative budgeting. On the one hand, we can speak about territorial self-governments which are not registered. About 125,000 of them are not registered actually, and without these TCGs they could provide initiative budgeting. Some people do that, some of them do it, but maybe it should be promoted. We should persuade these people, we should provide them with recommendations. On the other hand, as Ivan said, when an initiative project is being implemented, there is a question arises. Who is responsible for that? Who is monitoring the results of this territorial improvement? Building of touristic attraction, even the social projects. Who will be administrating that? Who will monitor that? I believe that here other forms, for example, territorial self-governments, can be provided with the methodological recommendations, or maybe we can even amend the legislation on the territorial and on the federal level to make it work and to improve motivation of citizens. Motivation of citizens ensures control of implementation of initiative projects. Thank you very much, Andrei. Yes, there are many common points of development of territorial self-government, local self-government. I believe that we will discuss these topics many times, and we will analyze different practices in different regions. That is why I would like to give the floor to Lira Iktisamova, Minister of Finance of the Republic of Bashkortostan. Thank you very much. And I would like to congratulate all regional financial experts, local financial experts, federal financial experts on this holiday. And I wish you the prophesied of budget, I wish you the best of luck, and I wish you good health. When you were voting, it was said that probably all the financial experts will choose the position that initiative budgeting is a way to increase efficiency of budgetary expenses, but the practice of our work in Bashkortostan proved that it's a rather good form of building a dialogue between the government and the population, between the government and the population and business, I would say, because we have sponsors who also take part in implementation of all the projects. For 8 years we have been implemented initiative budgeting in the Republic, and as for the perception of these practices by the population, we can say, as head of the Republic of Bashkortostan, Mr. Khabirov said that over these years we need to analyze that. Since 2014 till now, 2021, we have almost 11,000 projects based on principles of initiative budgeting. The total amount about 10 million rubles, and among this amount 8 billion rubles are subsidized from the budget of the Republic, and sponsors also provided 1 billion rubles together with the population, and this is very important. If we compare percentage of the costs, if we analyze total cost, let us speak about 2019, before the pandemics, it's 1.25% of the total expenses of the budget of Republic of Bashkortostan. Of course, last year we have to decrease our expenses, so we have been implementing 5 models of initiative budgeting. Of course, the most large-scale one is program of support of local initiatives, which has been implemented in 2014. Also, we launched a program of Bashkir Yarats, very popular. It's about repair of yards with participation of the citizens, and it includes acceptance of the works performed by the residents of this house. Also, we have some projects in agriculture implemented. For 2 years, as I have said, we decreased the financing amount, and we wanted to analyze how the subsidies are allocated, and we start this position again in next year, and we have many projects in consumer goods industry, because the population needs to grow, it needs jobs, and the most prospective ones are services, consumer goods industry, etc., and agriculture, of course, and processing of agricultural goods. Also, we have a real business model with participation of electorate, and we have an interesting practice, such a model as our village, our settlement. The projects which did not win in the competition, but they did not win subsidy, but the local community decided to implement these projects with the participation of subsidies from the local budgets, from sponsors. We have this Наше село, our settlement projects. Now we are working on the school initiative. We have pilot schools, and now we debate on the amount of our national budgeting, how it shall be distributed. It should be a competition among the Republican schools or within the schools, or we shall provide 1 million to each school, or we can provide 300,000 to 350,000, not to make this school budgeting the project of director of a school, not pupils. And today it was said that there should be a motivation from local authorities, from municipalities, and there should be initiative. Of course, without funding, it's impossible to implement any project. Probably, if it's implemented, the scale will be very small. And another practice which we have, which was launched by the head of our republic, Ataysal project. Ataysal means help your small motherland. This is a call for citizens from Republic of Bashkortostan, or for example from municipalities or of the republic who moved to the capital and who are successful businessmen to implement something in their native region, attracting the society and implement some projects. It's a very new project. We are monitoring its implementation, but many things have already changed, and the country fellow men unite. Some people finance these projects even from the United States. We have the project to build fences, to restore the monuments, or provision of clothes to children in settlements. These projects are not a large-scale ones. The project can be small, but it need to help to improve the territory. What else have you noted? The typology of the projects has changed. In the very beginning, we had many projects in this year of improvements: road construction, water supply, repair of some public spaces, and of course replacement of windows at schools, procurement of some equipment. Now we select the projects related to beauty, to spiritual development. This is also becoming very popular in our republic. This doesn't mean that people do not want more money or something, but it means that the initiative goes from bottom to the top, and the solution, the decision is made by the government. Of course, we need to develop legislative basis. In our republic, we operate on the basis of the decree of the head of the republic, and we have some municipal legal acts. And another specific feature of its implementation of projects is that without the willing of head of municipality or region cannot be developed, because we know that and we did the benchmarking. Today we have about 20 municipal areas with the 100% of settlements which take part in practices of initiative budgeting. There are some areas where 100% of the applications became winners, but when you try to understand how the work is organized, there are rules. The head of administration controls everything. There is his deputy who is working with funding. Of course, there are people who work with sponsors, business sheriffs, so-called. Everyone has its own functions, and these functions are controlled. The problem of this year and last years are related to growth of prices for construction materials. Many projects are delayed, postponed. Unfortunately, during the pandemic, not all the participants take part in the share they wanted to before the pandemic. There are many delays, and I can speak a lot about that if you have questions. Thank you very much. Financial experts are very disciplined people. They have 1 minute for reserve. If during this 1 minute you can say, why do you have 5 practices? Because you have a variety of them. Some regions don't have even one. As I have said, we started with the program of support of local initiatives. It covered a number of areas of our sub-regions or areas which were unified within the sub-regional programs frameworks, just to initiate these projects. And other areas heard about them, somebody told them, and they were interested. And now in all the areas of the Republic, we have very active participants. We work together with the Research and Development Institution. We work together with the World Bank. It allowed us to implement different projects, and Наше село, our settlement, is a choice of people. There are models of practices, but we continue doing that. We are open for dialogue. If the people are ready to implement these projects, like our village or our settlement, why not? School budget as well. All these things are very successful, where we have taken measures of increasing financial literacy of the population. This is very important for people. We teach them basics of financial, budgetary planning, etc. Financial literacy and initiative budgeting are friends, and we need to unite them. Thank you very much. You just made the perfect introduction of our next speaker, Artur Repin, from Yamal-Ninets Autonomous Area. I would like to ask you the following question. You are one of the first regions which develop school initiative budgeting, and financial literacy is at the very high level. Do you see any synergy between these two things, school initiatives, when children implement projects on financial literacy? Because I can see this link. Yes, Vladimir, thank you very much for your question. Yes, I agree with you. All these categories which you mentioned are related to the initiative budgeting. Moreover, in Yamal, school budgeting is considered to be an element of financial literacy, because all the efforts were invented to do that. My colleague from Bashkortostan mentioned an example that they are debating about an amount which is provided to each school. In our region, this amount is 300,000 rubles. To avoid this, to avoid the situation when the adults take all the advantage of this money to do something they need to do, children should participate in the projects in the very beginning, since the scratch. For us, school initiative budgeting is first of all financial literacy. Thank you very much. I have a question to both of you. Just a kind personal question. We have a competition of the best projects of initiative budgeting, and this year we have special nomination school initiative budgeting, and it is awarded with the 100,000 rubles. Is it a lot, or is it not enough for a school to implement any project? Is it a lot, or is it small amount? If we provide more money, probably it will be temptation for the director of the school. I believe that the amount is very good for a school. It's very optimal. As my colleague from Yamal-Ninets Autonomous Area said, that 300,000 is the amount of subsidies per school. We can provide 100,000 rubles. Is good now. Yeah, we can give that only to the leaders, to the winners. Of course, it's non-material motivation. This is very important, because school is a school. Of course, it's an impetus. If the school will be is mentioned at the federal level, it's additional advantage. Today, there were some examples presented to Mikhail at the opening of the portal My Finance, and we want to integrate these projects of financial literacy, initiative budgeting at the federal level. We presented that to Mikhail Vladimirovich, Prime Minister, And it was very interesting when children and students were talking about that. I would like to give the floor to our foreign guest, Joana Pinta Balsemao, Council of the Municipality of Cascais, Portugal. We have online connection.
Hello, good afternoon. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear, but we
I will
don't
share
see
my
you.
screen. I will share my presentation, if that's okay. So I will speak to you today about Cascais participatory budget. I hope you can see. Yes.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, so this is Cascais in Portugal, near the capital, Lisbon. We have around 200,000 population and 123 nationalities. And this is what the celebration of participatory budgets looks like. This image represents the end of a cycle. This cycle has 5 parts. First, we prepare, then we have public sessions where we collect proposals, and we analyze the proposals technically, and then the people vote, citizens vote. Last time, 95,000 people voted, almost 50% of the population. And then we announce the results. These are just some images of phase 2, the public participation sessions, where citizens come in large rooms and they sit in tables, they discuss ideas. At each table, they will elect 2 ideas, and then in plenary, they will elect 10 or 15 ideas. When the most voted proposals are collected, we will join our teams and do a technical analysis. The maximum ceiling for each project is 350,000 euros. Our obligation, the municipality, has to implement each project within 3 years. So these are our teams analyzing different aspects of the proposals. We have to understand if the proposals are viable or not. If they are not viable, then they will be removed, and we will explain to the proponents why we had to remove them. Then there is a voting phase. So all the proposals that were approved in the technical analysis will be submitted for voting, and we use SMS. Only 1 telephone number and 2 votes for each person. And there are measures to ensure that only 1 phone number can vote. We don't want the same phone number voting 10 times on the same project. So this doesn't happen. And then finally, we have the big ceremony where we announce the winners. So what are our main numbers? Participatory budget in Cascais has existed for 9 years. In 9 years, we have had almost 8,000 participants in the public sessions. I'm sorry, there's something wrong in the PowerPoint. We've spent 38 million euros, not 38 million participants. We have had 176 winning projects, over 400,000 voters. And on average, we expend 15% of our investment budget on participatory budgets. How is participatory budget used? How are citizens voting to use it? Many of the projects are for education, others are for sports, some for urban areas, others for public roads, and others for green spaces. These are the main groups. So we have had participatory budget happening since 2011. And this graph shows our implementation rate. And as you can see, in some cases, we were not able to obtain our golden rule, which is to implement a project at least 3 years after it has been proposed. But these are very few exceptions, and for each exception there is an explanation, and we are working closely with the proponents. So the proponents and the community at large, they know why the project is late. There are no black boxes in this process. We always explain what is happening. So I will give you some examples of the kinds of projects that are on the ground, very briefly. This project shows a cultural association that was in a very bad condition, as you can see. And through participatory budgets, the association was able to renovate its building. But it was not only a renovation of the building, it was also a renovation of what happens inside the building. So because of the renovation that was possible through participatory budgets, this association had a new life. It was almost dying. It is a very important and old association in our municipality, but it was almost disappearing because it had no infrastructural conditions. Participatory budgets gave it a new face, but also a new heart. And today, the program, the cultural program inside this association is so interesting and so trendy that it has more references in cultural agendas than the cultural programs of the municipality. This project shows that we gave a van, you can see the van here on the right, to a charity association. This charity association, they cook food and distribute it to people that are vulnerable, that are poor. And the van is electric, and the participatory budget provided solar panels on the roof of the charity association and an electric fueled van to distribute food. So we are helping civil society to do its job, its mission, in a cleaner way and more efficient way. Here I have put some photographs of fire brigades in Cascais and in Portugal. Unfortunately, very often there are summer fires, forest fires, very, very often. The fire brigades need to be well equipped when there's fires. And so the fire brigades participate in participatory budgets in order to buy new vehicles. And these vehicles are extremely necessary, extremely important in fighting fires. And Cascais fire brigades use these vehicles to help other parts of the countries also fight fires. And so this is a ceremony whereby we were attributing these vehicles to the fire brigades. I have to make a note. Firefighting is not the responsibility of a municipality. It is the responsibility of central government in Portugal. But in Cascais, we realized that in participatory budgeting, there was a very strong need for better vehicles. And so we decided that we would replace the obligation of central governments and carry out this investment ourselves, because central government was not doing this. Okay, here I show you a project which is a skate park. And this project shows how sometimes unexpected ideas come up in participatory budgeting, and it shows how politicians just have to accept, because participatory budgeting is a totally transparent process, and there is a regulation. This regulation is approved in the city council meeting and in the municipal assembly meeting. And so when this project came up 9 years ago, the mayor, you can see the mayor here on the bottom photograph, not skating, the other one. The mayor was not very happy. He thought a skate park might not be a good idea in a residential neighborhood. But this project had many, many votes. It was the most voted project that year. And so he had to say yes, and the project went ahead. And yesterday, this skate park celebrated its 8th anniversary. And it's hugely popular. It's used by all generations, and it's used in international competitions. It has put Cascais on the map of skateboarding competitions. And actually, it's a really healthy and vibrant place. It's a project that the municipality would not have proposed by itself. It's a project that was proposed by the citizens. And now it's implemented, and it has shown us that all our fears were not necessary. This is a project that has not yet been implemented, so it's an image I got from the internet. But I wanted to use this example to explain that there's other unexpected projects that are coming up, that are proposed in participatory budgets. And this project was proposed by a 13-year-old girl. She wanted to have science classes outside, in the park, in nature. And she got so many people to vote for her project that she came in second. And so now we are working to implement her idea. It's an immaterial project almost, and it's extremely interesting. Okay, so why does a municipality like Cascais want to have a participatory budget? Why do we want to co-create? Why do we want to open hand of power? Why do we want to share power with the citizens? Why are we doing participatory budgets for 10 years? Because we understand that it builds trust. It closes the gap between the politicians, like myself, and the citizens. It makes us connect in a different way. And it builds trust because we are entirely transparent throughout the whole process. And it creates trust because we deliver. It's very important to deliver and to implement the projects that are voted as soon as possible. Also, we believe in participatory budget because it means that we can have projects that are really, truly responding to people's needs. So as a municipality, as politicians, we believe that we know what people need. And in fact, we do know. Yeah, I'm almost finishing.
Yes, sorry, we're out of time.
Yeah, it's only the last paragraph. We do know what people need in general, but in many aspects, we don't know everything. And so this tool allows us to respond to people's needs. In order to do this properly, we need political will, we need a team, we have a dedicated team just working for participatory budgets. We need to implement, to deliver, and we need transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Большое спасибо за такой...
Thank you very much for such an interesting description of Qashqai's experience. I know that many people working in the sphere of initiative budgeting visit this city, and when you demonstrated the pictures, I understand why they love to come to your city. And I would like to give the floor to our next foreign speaker, Tarson Nunez, who will also be presenting online. Tarson Nunez, please.
First of all, I would like to thank the Minister of Finance for the invitation. It's an honor to be part of this event because nowadays your experience of initiative budgeting in Russia is one of the most important experiences of participatory democracy in the world. So it's very interesting to me to be sharing my experience as a practitioner and as an academic. I worked in the Porto Alegre municipality for several years in the beginning of the 90s, but I also did my master's degree and my doctorate thesis about the experience of participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre. And Porto Alegre, as you should know, is one of the first experiences of participatory budgeting in the world. And most of what I will speak today has to do with the findings of a research we did with the World Bank in 2007 about the 25 years of, at the time, of experience of participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre. Porto Alegre, we had a very radical experience of participatory budgeting because all the capital investments were decided by the population, by the direct participation of the population. And we have 2 rounds of assemblies. On the first one, there was the rendering accounts of the previous year's investments, and we voted for general priorities, like sectorial priorities, like health, paving streets, education, and so on. So on the first round, the population decided the amount of money which go to each one of the secretaries. And on the second round, they decided and voted about the works. This was very interesting, and it worked very good for many years. But I'll try to make a reflection about this specific part of PB, which is the dialogue between government and citizens. Because participatory budgeting is not only a very effective decision-making process, but also a new channel of communication between the governments and the citizens. So in that sense, we must pay as much attention in the process as we do to the outcomes. The results are as important as the way you get to the results. And PB is definitely an open space of learning and a space of civic education. And many studies identify the positive correlation between participation and the good allocation on investments and improvement of tax efficiency. So in terms of the results, in terms of the outcomes, it's very easy to see that participatory budgeting is a very interesting experience for governments. But through PB is also, it's important to notice that through PB is also important to establish a direct flow of information between governments and citizens, not mediated by political representatives or not mediated by the media. So government can talk directly to the citizens, receive the input of their ideas and demands, and decide better based on this dialogue with the population. So PB allows to build a debate around very objective issues, not influenced by the political dispute. So it's important to notice as well that this dialogue goes both ways, from the government to the citizens, when the citizens learn how government works, understand the dynamics of the public sector, understand the limits of the revenues, understand how all the procurement procedures go on. So it's a process where citizens have to take into account issues that are broader than their own and immediate private interests, and start to look at the city as a whole and look at their interests related to the interests of their community. So this allows us to build a different relationship, shifting from the position of someone who only presents demands to the state to a position of someone who is collaborating to build public policies. And you have in initiative budgeting in Russia this very interesting experience of co-financing. So people help to decide what is going to be done, and people also are willing to put their own money on this process. But this dialogue goes both ways, from the government to the citizens, when citizens learn about the dynamics of government, but also from the citizens to the government, where cities officials also learn how to relate with the public, how to communicate. And in this sense, participatory budgeting breaks the bureaucratic routine of the city officials. They must learn new skills, and they must improve their abilities to deal with the public. This is, in theoretical terms, is very beautiful, but in real life, things are more complicated than it seems. In this study that we've done with the World Bank in 2007, our studies showed that one of the main findings was that PB was a very good instrument to give more efficiency regarding capital investments, but it was not, in the end of the day, it was not as effective in terms of the public debate where municipal fiscal policy and revenue and expenditure management as a whole can be discussed. So we were good on delivering, but the part of the dialogue where citizens can learn more about the government wasn't so effective. This was essentially a problem of communication, and our issue today is this dialogue, and that showed that the dialogue wasn't as productive as it could be. In the same study, we did a survey with all the population of the city about how do they see participatory budgeting. And in this survey, we identified that when you talk about citizens, you have to understand that are different ways the citizens engage in the process. On this survey, we realized that only 1% of the population really attended the assemblies, the core of the participatory budgeting, which is the public assemblies. Only 1% of the population. But 20% said that in one time or another they had participated in participatory budgeting. There's an echo. I'm hearing my own voice. Well, 1% were active participants, attending all the assemblies and being directly involved in participatory budgeting. 20% said that in one time or another they had participated in the assemblies or in the community meetings before the assemblies or in any other meeting organized by community associations. But 90% of the population knew about PB, and 66% thought it was very important to the city. This teaches us that there are different levels of participation. And this shows that we must have different approaches in terms of communication. The dialogue between the city governments or the local government and the population must be designed according to the capabilities and the needs of these different kinds of public. So when we design a process, we have to pay as much attention in the communications as we do to the institutional design of the process. We must design a process that must be able to communicate with the citizens considering the different kinds of engagement. So we have different levels of information in terms of content and in terms of publics. In terms of publics, we have to have one kind of communication with the active participants, the people who attend the assembly, the people who are members of NGOs, social movements, community associations. Those are the more active. They require some kind of information. We have to have a different kind of information to the eventual participants, those who are part of the process but that are not that much engaged, who are sympathetic to the process but are not more active. And we have a different kind of communication to the general public, those who know about participatory budgeting, those who think this is something interesting but they do not participate directly. And we also have to consider the importance of communicate with the city officials themselves, because they also have things to learn in order to have an efficient engagement in participatory budgeting. And we have different levels of information also in terms of contents. We have to provide information about the process for people to understand what is at stake. We have to have information about the rules, how it's going to be done, and we have to have information about public finances in order to allow people to understand what is a budget, where the revenues come from, how it's going to be spent. So the bulk of my message is that any kind of participatory budgeting, in order to be efficient, have to have an important component of communications in order to keep this flow of information going on. And we have to have different strategies to the different publics that we deal with the active participants, the stakeholders, the delegates, the civil society organizations, the NGOs, the social movements. Those active participants must have capacity building on legal issues. They must debate deeply about the process, how are the rules, how to improve it. So this is a more sophisticated and more in-depth information. On the second stage, to the eventual participants or the sympathetic public, those needs to have information that provides them budget literacy. What is a budget? How is the cycle? Where the revenues come from? This is not that complex information, but also information about the process as a whole and how to engage them as active participants. And to the general public, we also have to have a different kind of information, more basic, explaining was it participatory budget, how government works, what is the public budget. Is a more basic budget literacy process. So we have to think that we have to have different communication strategies according to the different publics, and also a communication strategy to the city official in order to improve their skills, in order to make them learn how to use better the feedback from the citizens that they receive on the participatory budget process. So my message is that we must have connected to participatory process always a strategy of communication that is as important as the institutional design of the process, because with these good communications, with a systematic approach and with this strategic approach to the communications, and different kinds of citizens require different kinds of communications in order to have really good participatory processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Большое спасибо всем
Thank you very much, dear speakers. Actually, we have such a good international community of experts on initiative budgeting. Colleagues interact, exchange experience, and which makes me really happy is that 5 or 6 years ago, Russia learned from foreign countries, but now Russia can teach, and our practices are very interesting for many foreign countries, and somewhere we create new programs of initiative budgeting, and this is a very good thing, but we continue to learn best global practices because it's a two-way road. Distinguished colleagues, we are out of time. I will not start the discussion. We can discuss it after the session, and very soon, after in 20th of September, we will have the ceremony of awarding the winners in the sphere of initiative budgeting. We will have an opportunity to debate, to argue, to discuss everything. That is why I believe that we will have the QR code again. Those who didn't vote can take the opportunity to do that, and I give you 10 seconds to do that. And after that, I invite Alexei Lavrov, who will award the laureates in the category budget for citizens. Since we are late, since we are out of time, everything was interesting, and the Prime Minister said that initiative budgeting is one of the priorities of the government activities. We all work, and we do good job. We have a competition which is related to the initiative budgeting, budget for citizens. The clearer the budget is presented, the more people take part in that, implement these 20,000 projects. The competition takes place for the 5th time, but it's tradition that we award the laureates at the forum. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Financial University, which organizes this competition. And its scale is growing, is increasing. We have 3 new nominations. The number of participants increased by 30%. We have a new record. This year we have 47 entities of the Russian Federation, more than half, and we have 48 winners. All of them will be awarded with prizes. Today we have 2 winners in 2 categories, budget for citizens and budget for citizens project by legal entities. And the first one is by individuals. The selection criteria was the biggest number of points, and I have an honor to announce the winner in the category budget for citizens by individual. This project explained clearly what the government does in the situation of pandemic, who has the right to act in emergency situations, who has, and the winner is Oksana Yermolaeva. She is absent, but there is an authorized representative, Marina Viktorovna. Please take the award. Where is the award? Orenburg region. Thank you very much for your support. And project by legal entities. The winner is Minister of Finance of Perm region. Public program of Perm region, and I would like to give this award to the Minister of the region. Thank you very much. Dear friends, thank you very much, and hope to see you again on the margins of initiative budgeting. Please wait. We have to wait for the voting results. I understand that the results will be correct, but let us just take a look at this. We had the choice. C, 3 options had almost similar number of votes, and the winner is a possibility for citizens to resolve problems. Some people voted for tool for improvement of efficiency of budget expenses, and a lot was said about dialogue of government and population, and I voted for point number 2, because for us this is very important. It's very important that people solve their problems, and this is why this tool was created. We will discuss that many times. This tool will be developed. I invite you to our institute, Financial Research Institute. Thank you very much and goodbye.